Yeah, the clock's all messed up on that, so, but everything else is working. My office is about 640 right now.
What's going on? That's it. Okay, you guys ready?
Is it 2 o'clock?
It is 2 o'clock. What time does the meeting start?
Channeling Juno.
Okay. Okay. I'll call the order of the Sparks City Council meeting for January 14th, 2019 with a roll call, please.
Mayor Smith,
Here?
Council Members Abbott,
Here.
Lawson, Anderson,
Here.
Bybee. Here. Deere.
Here.
City Attorney Adams. Here. City Manager Driscoll.
Here.
We have a quorum, thank you.
You know, welcome back. It's been 3 weeks or so, hasn't it? So we kind of miss you guys. Maybe not. Maybe we do. Okay, if you all stand for the invocation. Pete Vosler from the Crosswinds Assembly of God. Pete, hi, welcome.
Hi, Mayor. How you doing?
Good to see you.
You look good. I'm going to pray for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord, for blessing us with another great year, a great city. First of all, we lift up our mayor to you and we pray for divine healing in his body and you would give him strength in his mind and in his spirit. And I pray that all the council members and their teams would make good decisions for Sparks and that this would be the best year we've ever had. Thank you for the police department, the fire department, those who protect us and serve us. And we can't mention them all, but we are so grateful. And we're so grateful for your divine favor, Lord. We ask this in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pete. If you'll remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Teresa, would you lead us?
I'd be honored. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, where am I at here? Okay, I'm going to open up the public comment period. I have one card. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak, please come down and fill out a card, and we'll get you going. My first speaker is Brian Johnson. Come on down, Brian. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to, I realize it's not on the agenda today, but I wondered, would it be possible to get an update regarding the lighting upgrades around Reed High School and thinking about that terrible accident over there?
Sure.
That was all I had.
We're not able to give you an update today, but we're on top of it. We've got, we're waiting for, is Amber in here? Amber, give us an update on what's going on so we can at least keep Reed High informed. I know it's been a while.
Mayor Smith, members of council, Amber Sosa, Transportation Manager. Yes, we are waiting for the report to come back for the study that we had our consultant do. We expect that very soon and are prepared to initiate review immediately to move that forward.
Okay, thank you, Amber.
Wonderful.
Is that good?
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to approval of the agenda, 5.1. Charlene, Ms. Bybee.
Yes, I'd like to request that we move items 10.1 and 11.1 before 9.1, general business, if we could move that on the agenda.
Okay, a motion approving the agenda, except amending it, right?
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Dare?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
My machine broke.
Uh-oh. So are you an aye or no?
Actually, mine's starting to act up too now.
Okay, so it passes unanimously. Ed Lawson is an aye. And are they all starting to act up?
No, it's just Ed acting up.
Ed's acting up.
Booting itself or something.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Okay, 6.1, minutes. Consideration and possible approval of the minutes of the Sparks City Council meeting for December 10th, 2018. Anybody want to pull anything? Mr. Dare?
I move to approve.
We have a motion, looking for a second. Mr. Abbott?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, all in, Seeing none, please vote. I can't get used to that. Passes unanimously. Yours is still booting?
Now it's telling me what time it is in Jamaica.
What time is it? Yeah. Is it 5 o'clock?
I was gonna say 5 o'clock somewhere. I guarantee it.
Okay, announcement, presentations, recognition items, and items of special interest. So 7.1 is the announcement, presentation of 2018 Hometown Christmas Parade Awards. And I'll let Francine take over from there. Welcome, Francine. Another successful parade.
It's a great event. Thank
It
you.
was very good.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Francine Burge, Special Event Supervisor. I'm here to present the awards for the Hometown Christmas Awards. And I also have certificates of appreciation from Senator Cortez Bastos' office. So I will just call everyone up and we'll do a quick photo op and get these awards done.
Okay, good deal. You got the floor.
The first one are the Pirates of Reno. I think they're here.
I think they are.
Welcome.
Best overall, congratulations.
This is best overall.
Can we get our Mr. Mayor with our
Sure,
photo?
absolutely.
Big spot of the TV camera.
Stay down there.
I will, I see.
Okay. We have best community group is Girl Scouts. RSVP from them, so. Best vehicle is Half Baked. For best vehicle.
You have some more up there? Francine, are there more? You guys want to come down and get your chicken? Part of it. It's okay, I want to sit next to Green Santa. That's Caroline. Grinch.
Hello.
Come on over here.
Best business entry is Escape Performing Arts.
Get on this side.
All right.
And we had two mayor's own marching bands this year, as you saw. So can we get our marching band people?
Did you get your picture?
It's right here.
Oh, right there, stand up. I guess you did.
Well, this one's the middle school one, I think, right?
Yeah.
So do that. No, I can give them both. It's no big. Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Best channel entry was the Parading Arabians.
Thank you very much. Oh, there we are. All right.
I'll come on this side.
Well, you can get between us. It's
Okay,
okay.
I'll get it. Let me have my wallet. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Best costume group is Washoe County Library System. And then best overall, Hot August Nights. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
All the way up. You couldn't quite get up in the air.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Come on in.
Thank you. Cool hand? Yeah, yeah. Come on over here.
There you go. Okay, sit right next to them. And then we'll move you guys in. Can you get everybody?
Yeah. Short people.
We have to consolidate more.
No,
we have to get together more.
We have to act like we like each other. Okay?
More, a lot more.
Short people.
We met Donald on eHarmony.
Mayor, I cannot see you. So
Okay.
Get in your tippy toes.
There we go. Okay. Now I can't see.
You want me to get shorter?
Come this way.
No, there we go. Perfect. There we go.
I'll just stand on my tippy toes.
All right, we're gonna take about 4. Gentlemen in the back, can you go that way?
We got a photo. Congratulations.
For me. So, you know, the Sparks Parade, Christmas Parade is very important to this city. And where did we end up in the voting? Number 2. The second best Christmas parade in the country? Yay! And it's because of everybody in this room and everybody else. How many entries did we have this year? We had over 100, didn't we?
We had close to 100.
Yeah, that's wonderful. It's always a big deal, and we were expecting snow. We didn't get snow that day, so it turned out very nice. Well, in the morning, but not during the parade. We're both wrong on the Brew Crew.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. Okay, we have a proclamation. It's National Radon Action Month. Who's ever going to accept this, come on down and I'll read the proclamation, and then you can give us your presentation. How's that? And what's your name?
Nadia Noel?
Nadia?
Yeah.
Thanks for being here today, Nadia. Okay, City of Sparks proclamation. Whereas many Sparks residents don't know about radon, yet need to know for the safety and health of their families, as radon is a colorless, odorless, naturally occurring radioactive gas that is the primary cause of lung cancer among non-smokers, the second leading cause of lung cancer in smokers, and whereas the U.S. EPA estimates 21,000 people in the United States die each year from lung cancer caused by indoor radon exposure, and lung and bronchus bronchus cancer, kills more people in a year than any other cancer. And whereas radon kills more people than secondhand smoke, drunk driving, choking, drowning, or fires at home. Whereas any home in Sparks may have elevated levels of radon, even if neighboring homes do not, and living in a home with an average radon level of 4 picocuries,
Yeah.
with 4 picocuries per liter of air poses a similar risk of developing lung cancer as smoking half a pack of cigarettes a day. That's amazing. Whereas testing is the only way to know if a home has an elevated radon level, and testing is easy and inexpensive, and when identified, homes can be fixed. And whereas University of Nevada Cooperative Extension, the Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency support efforts to encourage all Sparks residents to test their homes for radon, mitigate elevated levels of radon, and have new homes built with radon-inducing materials and features. Now, therefore, I, Ron Smith, the mayor of the city of Sparks, Nevada, do hereby proclaim January 2019 as National Radon Action Month, Sparks, Nevada. Nadia, thank you for coming down. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I do have a flyer that I want to show on this projector here. How do I make that happen? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hopefully that is easy enough to read. It's kind of. The council also has it in front of it. Okay. Oh, thank you for this opportunity to share information about Radon and National Radon Action Month. We appreciate it. This proclamation, your support is especially important in this area and for everything that the proclamation has stated. Because testing is the only way to know if a home has a radon problem, in January is National Radon Action Month. The University of Nevada Cooperative Extension is giving out free radon test kits from now until the end of February. The flyer up there lists locations, and we have extra flyers to pass it to anyone in the audience who would like one. There are a number of places where you can pick up a test kit. The first two are test kit distribution locations. The first is at Washoe County Cooperative Extension on 4955 Energy Way. The second is at Sun Valley GID at 5000 Sun Valley Boulevard. Residents can also get a test kit at one of our many presentations, which are displayed on the flyer that we have for people who would like one. And just to list the libraries, they're at Spanish Springs Library, Northwest Reno Library, North Valley's Library, Sparks Library, and South Valley's Library. And they're either in January or February, so you have plenty of chances to attend one. Testing is especially important in the city of Sparks, where 10% of homes tested had a level that was at or above the action level, the 4 picocuries per liter of air. The highest level found in the city of Sparks so far is 73.8 picocuries per liter of air. And the average radon level in Sparks is 2.2 picocuries per liter of air, which is almost twice the national average for indoor levels. Any home can have a radon issue, and every level is different, so you can't base your level off of maps or statistics. The only way to know is to test. And since every home needs to be tested, we appreciate you passing the word on to your neighbors and friends about free test kits and presentations coming up. For more information on radon, you can visit www.radonnv.com or call our hotline 1-888-RADON10. We also have social media, so you can find us at Facebook at Nevada Radon Education or on Twitter at NV Radon Program. We do have some test kits here, so if anyone in the audience is interested in getting a test kit, they can talk to us after we get a picture with the City Council. And we have flyers for the presentation. I want to mention that again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about radon and for giving us a proclamation. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Nadia. Any questions or comments? Nadia, how often should they test for radon? Yearly?
Every 2 years. That's a really good guess. You were really close.
Okay.
Yeah.
First one that came up?
Yeah, so every 2 years, before and after remodeling or after a major earthquake.
Okay, and you have some test kits with you today?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and you brought a partner with you today?
Yes, my partner, my director has test kits
Okay,
available.
well, just going down and I'll give you this proclamation. We'll get somebody to take a picture. Get in the picture.
Oh, okay.
You have to.
Send it to us.
Pretty bossy. Think he's a mayor.
Want a picture with your camera as well?
Okay, sure.
Okay. She can take it for you. Get back in here. Get back in here. Thank you. And so if anybody wants a radon test kit, see Nadia, whenever you're ready. If you stand up and leave, you know she's leaving, she'll wait outside for a few minutes. We don't want to make you sit through the whole, anybody want a kit? How about that?
Yeah, there you
Nadia,
go.
there's some people who need a kit. Oh, you ought to sign your life away.
Not really your life, but
Well,
something.
okay, while you're doing that, we're gonna move on to the consent items. I'm sorry, we have one more presentation. An overview of Nevada Opportunity Zones, Kaya, come on down. Thanks for coming today. I hear you're an expert on this, you were an expert on Obamacare, now you're an expert, what's next?
I don't know, we'll see.
Welcome, Kaya.
Thank you. So, my presentation is, okay. Okay, awesome. All right. Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Driscoll, thank you for having me. So yes, I'm going to give you a broad overview of opportunity zones, and I know all of you have different levels of understanding, so feel free to stop me if you would like me to deep dive into anything. So opportunity zones, should this be moving? Okay, now it is. Okay, so opportunity zones are part of the Tax Act, 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It is a bipartisan bill. I start with that because some people decide to hate it just because it's part of the Trump tax bill, and it's actually bipartisan. Cory Booker and Tony Scott co-sponsored it. It's a piece of legislation that was passed to encourage long-term investment into rural and low-income communities. And it's not just what you and I think of as rural and low-income. They were based on census tract data. And the governors of all across the country decided on these zones. And there's 8,700 of them across the country. And some of them are arguable if they're low income. So, for example, where the Oakland Raiders Stadium is, that's all an opportunity zone. The part of Long Island where Amazon just went in, it's one of the most desirable places to build in the country. It's an opportunity zone. There's other places that would not be built if they weren't designated opportunity zones. So that's one of the political things that you'll hear about. Locally, Olive Trick is an opportunity zone, and I'll show you a map of all of that. So here is across the country all of the opportunity zones that have been designated across the country. These are not going to change. Some people are saying, can we get this in there? Can we get that? It's not going to change, at least for the next 10 years, and probably not ever. Here is a blow up of Reno and Sparks and Trick. So you can see it's really some of the, biggest developable areas of Reno and Sparks are part of this. And I'll send this to Steve so he can forward it to you guys. This was a map. There's a lot of maps online, but we blew it up and honed in on the areas that were important to us. So basically, Opportunity Zones offers 3 benefits to investors. There's a temporary deferral of capital gains, there is a step up in basis, and a permanent exclusion. And I'm going to deep dive a little bit into what that means. So first of all, an investor realizes a capital gain. So for example, let's say I bought $1 million of Apple stock and I sold it for $3 million. I have a $2 million capital gain. I have 2 choices at that point. I can either pay taxes on that capital gain, or I can invest it into an opportunity zone project, an opportunity zone fund. So that's why, and I didn't write this in the slides, but some of the analysts who are talking about this are saying there's something like $3 trillion or $6 trillion that could be at play. No one actually expects that to happen. They do expect it to be in the hundreds of billions though, because there's so much money that's stuck in capital gains that people either don't want to move or they're using it for estate planning purposes or to get it out of stocks. And that's one of the reasons why it's such a big deal for local communities if they want to take advantage of this and encourage this investment to come there. It doesn't make deals better than they were before. The only thing that's happening right now is that more money is being funneled and available for developers than we've seen probably in all of our lifetimes.
Kaya, what's the timeline if they decide they want to do it or they don't do it?
As soon as the person, and here's the next slide, thank you. Okay. So as soon as the person realizes the capital gain, they have to place it in a qualified opportunity fund within 180 days. Now there's some caveats to that. If it's part of a corporation, part of a partnership, they get 6 months from the end of the corporation, partnership's tax year. So there's some ways to extend that. But this is probably the most important thing for cities and counties and for you guys to know about, is if people are going to be able to do this in your area, they have to be able to place their money in 180 days. That means they have to know that they got their entitlements, they have to know the project's going to work, or else there's other communities that are doing things to try to help move that along, either concierge, entitlement processes and stuff like that, to try to make sure the development is happening there. So it's 180 days. And this is a big deal because a lot of the people are figuring out that they got the capital gain when they do their taxes, and their CPA gives them their K-1 and says, oh, you've got to place this, and oh, by the way, your clock already started running, you've got to place this by June, and they find out next month or the month after. So that's the timeline thing. So some people are saying this is this big money grab. It's really not. There's really a lot of requirements that people have to fit to be able to qualify for this. So they had the capital gain, that's the first one. Then they have the 180 days. Then they have to invest in an opportunity business or opportunity zone real estate. And there's a lot of different nuances to what that means, but just for your purposes, know that it can be real estate or business that they can invest in. And the opportunity zone fund, it can be a self-certifying fund, which means I got the gain and I wanted to buy a piece of real estate. I would go and buy that real estate. I'd probably set up an LLC. And then when I fill out my taxes at the end of the year, my CPA fills out a form that says that was an opportunity zone fund. That's one way to do it. The second way to do it is just like people raise money now, they're aggregating lots of money, lots of different investors' money, creating a fund together, and then investing that money. So the word fund is used loosely in this setting, yeah.
So is there a time frame on that fund? So if I start an opportunity zone and I want to raise $10 billion and I only have $5 billion, do I have to invest that $5 billion at some point?
Yeah.
Sooner in the 180-day period, or can I wait till I get to my $10 billion and then invest it?
Okay, so what is happening is everyone's talking about, if you've Googled this lately, you're hearing about funds. Overnight, someone in Chicago just raised $150 million, and Goldman Sachs just raised two $500 million funds. They're saying that they're raising them, and it's not like a normal fund where they're actually taking the money and then dispersing it. They're actually getting commitments for the money. And I've talked to hundreds of funds across the country. So they're getting commitments. So let's say I'm doing a $20 million fund. I'm going to create all the documentation. In fact, we're doing that locally for local businesses. I'm going to create all the documentation, create the so-called fund, and get commitments from all of you to put your money in, but then I don't actually deploy the money until we have an opportunity zone project. Then I come to you and say, Ed, I've got a project. Are you ready to put the money in? You put the money in and it goes in the project. So it's like a capital call fund.
That was the gray area for me.
Yeah, for us too. And we were wondering, and I talked to the funds, and that's what they're actually doing.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so then it goes into a real estate or a business opportunity zone project. Now, this is an important part because people can't just invest in an opportunity zone project and then sit there. They've got to substantially improve it. So let's say I invest in real estate, and let's say I pay $1.5 million for a piece of real estate with a building on it. We're going to value the land and the building. And then my substantial improvement, let's say the land is $1 million and the building's 500, I have to spend another 500 improving the building. That's how it works for real estate. Then for business, that's one of the places where we are waiting final regs before we know exactly what the substantial improvement is for a business. We just know that it's substantially all. So if the fund was $10 million and the whole $10 million went into the business, substantially all of that has to go in, but substantially all has not been defined yet by the IRS. Yes.
Does this include, what includes a business? When you say business, is that nonprofit as well? Is that anything that brings money in and out? Is that a particular?
So I guess it could be I don't think a nonprofit would work. It would have to be something that makes money because the deal itself still has to make sense. So the investors need to get an internal rate of return. You know, they need to know that they're going to make money. So a nonprofit wouldn't work, but it could be anything from a tech startup. So when I explained how the step-ups go, you'll see why it's perfect for a business. In fact, it's a bigger opportunity for business, even real estate. But real estate's the low-hanging fruit. We're going to see much more real estate development before we see any business, and that's across the country. But specifically here, because we've got so much going on at Trick, so much going on with EDON, bringing all these businesses over here and stuff like that. So I'll go through that in a second. Okay, so here's the 2 step-ups. I'm going to go over it really quick, and then I'll go through did I say something?
I keep picking them.
Oh, okay, so
I didn't even do anything wrong.
see? Okay, so here's the 2 deferral step-ups that I'm talking about. If you put your money into an opportunity zone fund and you hold it there for 5 years, there's a step-up in basis of 10%, which basically means a 10% discount on the capital gain. And I'll go through an example in a minute. Then after 7 years, there's an additional 5% step up. So in other words, if you can keep the original capital gain in the project for 7 years, you can have a discount of up to 15% of the original capital gain. So you only pay 85%. That's the first part of this. Everyone, no matter if you kept it in for 7 years or 2 years or 3 days, everyone pays capital gains on the original capital gains tax on that original investment at the end of 2026. That's important for everybody to know because at the end of 2026 is a massive tax event for everyone that went into opportunity zones. So that's important just to know for a lot of reasons for you guys.
So if you start a zone in 2019, it goes back to 2016 is when the 10 years start?
No, it starts from the day that you open it. So if you start it, well, we haven't gotten to the 10-year. That was just this slide explains it better. Let's do it this way. So at 5 years, you have a 10% reduction in your taxes. So let's say you do it right now. Okay, right now, because the tax event is the end of 2016, right? So you have time to keep it in for 7 years. So after 5 years, you get a 10% reduction in the tax. After 7 years, there's an additional 5% reduction. So if you put it in now and you kept it in until 2026, you would save 15% on the taxes. Then after that, if you kept it in for another 10 years and you sold it after that, then you pay 0 gain when you sell the project. It's a massive, that's where the light goes off. So the deferral is big, but it's nothing compared to the 10-year. So for an example, let's use an example. I sold my Apple stock. I bought a real estate project. I kept it in for the 7 years. I get a 15% reduction on the original taxes. Let's say the original investment was $1 million. Then I keep it in for 15 years, anything over 10. Then I sold that same project for $2 million. I pay 0 capital gain on that extra $1 million. That's why this is such a big deal, and that's why there's so many people that want to invest in these
But
communities.
you're gonna pay tax on the 2026 regardless.
You're going to pay at 2026 regardless, but you can get a reduction of 15%. That's the only thing. It's also a big deal, though, the deferral. So, like a 1031 exchange, it kicks the can down the road where you're deferring. This is sort of like legal money laundering, where you can get your money out of kicking it down the road and you can clean it up and do it in opportunity zone and not pay the tax on it. So it's a huge incentive. It's a massive incentive. So that's the overview. That's the big overview. The other things I want to share with you guys is in order to get the full 15%, you have to have done the whole investment by the end of 2019. So that's why you're probably going to hear people rushing and wanting to get this done really quickly. Not the end of the world if they don't, but you're going to hear about that. And then the other thing I said before is Opportunity Zone doesn't make a bad deal a good deal. The deal still has to pencil, but if it does, it's a great long-term hold for people to, get their money out of capital gains. The other thing I want you to know is I spoke to Steve last week. I started an Opportunity Zone task force. People from Sparks and Reno and Washoe County and the governor's office are all part of it, and developers. But what we're doing is we're educating, and we're just bringing people together to talk about this and learn what we can do about it as a community, and make sure that the developers are working with the communities and making sure that they're aligned in what you guys want to accomplish, because the money is just flowing here. The other thing, we're going to do a Northern Nevada Summit in February. There was one in Vegas that was sponsored by all the governor's departments were all there. We're going to do the same thing up here, but ours is going to be much more business focused because of TRIC and because of all the technology stuff. So that one was mostly real estate focused. We have a panel where we're going to have Blockchains, Tesla, and Google all speak. We're bringing people in from the Bay Area. So we're really doing what we can to make sure that where that investment goes, that we're targeted here for Reno and Sparks. So that's what we're about, and I'm open for any questions you guys have.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Ms. Bybee?
So on your summit, do you have a date set in February, date and location?
We are working on that. It's going to be, we just got approval for February, I think, 25th and 26th, and at the El Dorado, but we're still pricing out other places. So it's probably going to be the 25th and 26th of February. So the first day will be the content, and then the second day will be, and I'll let you guys know when we nail it down. The second day, Blockchains is going to sponsor a tour of TRIC and all of that area.
Okay, so if people are interested in that, is there a website or somewhere they can go to get information on the Opportunity Zones and on this particular summit?
We will have that. We don't have it yet.
Okay,
yeah,
thank
but
you.
we will have that, and we'll make sure it's disseminated to all of you for sure.
Mr. Manager?
So for the city of Sparks, if someone believes that they have a project that fits inside the Opportunity Zone, they would do what they do with any other project. They would bring it to the city, to Mr. Ornelas. They would take a look at it and see how the project fits into land use and those things. And so we'd go forward. And then the financing piece, which is what we're talking about here, comes after the project gets started. So the main thing is if somebody believes they have something and it fits inside the map, talk to Mr. Ornelas. He's our lead on Opportunity Zones.
Okay.
And Steve, Armando has been very influential in helping get the task force together and the summit together.
Mr. Dare?
So when we think of the timing on that, 2019, this year will blink and it'll be over. And so if we have this particular process, we do need to do everything we can to get that word out. Is there anything more that we can do as a city, supporting or whatever, making sure that we're not just kind of getting it out there, or anything else we should make sure we're aware of?
So Armando's been great as representing you guys with us. One of the things that we're going to do at the summit is have a session where we're going to bring in, we're going to highlight what other communities are doing and bring in other people so you can see. We're going to share best practices. We know San Jose is doing a lot right now. Some of the cities and states are actually passing different kind of regulations to further support Opportunity Zone development in their area and fast track things. There's some communities in Vegas area, not Vegas proper, but around Vegas, that are doing like 4-day entitlement things and things like that. Then there's other communities, Indianapolis and in Louisville, Kentucky, who are really taking the lead, and they have, and I can share all these with you guys. I didn't want to inundate you with too much information at first, but I can share all these reports and you can take a look at them. They've actually created task forces where the city created the task force, and they're bringing together people like me and the businesses and saying, look, this is what we want to do in our community, and then working with the developers saying this is what we want to do, and then people that are doing funds like the group I'm with and bringing them all together. So that's an option, and if you guys did want to do that, I can help you facilitate that, and I'll share any information that would be useful to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Evitt?
Is there a limit of how much money you can Like, do you do 100 trillion, bajillion?
Yeah.
Dollars
Okay.
wealthy.
Yeah.
I got a couple
Yeah, there isn't-
commas, you know?
Yeah, there isn't a limit. I would say that the funds are, we're seeing them bigger because it's the same amount of work if it's a $100,000 fund or a $100 million fund. And so they really are working only with accredited investors because this is a long-term hold. So someone at year 7 can't say, oh, my kid just has to go to college, I need the money back. Once they put it in, they cannot get it out. So we're seeing more large funds than small funds. Yeah, but it can be a small fund. Like when I said that it can be self-certifying, like if you wanted to invest in your own project yourself and it was in an opportunity zone, you can just work with your CPA and self-certify it. So I don't want the fund word to sound scary. It's really not. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Kaya, there's so much misinformation about these zones out there,
Yeah.
so we really appreciate you coming in, and if you can keep us updated, we'd appreciate that
My
as
pleasure.
well.
My pleasure. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to consent items. Anybody want to pull a consent item? Looking for a motion. Mr. Abbott,
I move to approve 8.1 through 8.4 consent items.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Anybody want to second this? Ms. Bybee?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. It passes unanimously. You can do it, Paul. You can do it. Okay, we'll move on to 10.1, public hearing on action items unrelated to planning and zoning. Public hearing, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the abandonment, AB 149, of a portion of public right-of-way abuttal, parcel 033-307-16 along 6th Street and C Street, located at 248 6th Street, as requested by RPS Enterprises. Mr. Martini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm John Martini, your Community Services Director, pinch hitting for your city engineer, John Erickson, today. And I'm before you with a request from RPS Enterprises for an abandonment of a portion of existing city right-of-way located on the southeast corner of 6th and C Streets. I prepared an additional figure that's not included in your staff report, just for clarity to the council. The figure before you is north is oriented up on the page. You can see Victorian Avenue along the southern boundary. The top boundary is C Street, and the street running north and south is 6th. The area in red is my best graphical representation of the area that's requested for abandonment. It is not exact, but it's close. The area that is requested is about 1,693 square feet. It has been requested by RPS Enterprises with the intent to create additional space for future development of this parcel. Staff has reviewed the abandonment request, and the attached abandonment order has been reviewed both by your staff as well as the city attorney's office and has been found acceptable. Each owner of property abutting the right-of-way has been properly notified via certified mail as required by NRS 278480 subsection 4. The extent of the proposed abandonment and the date of this public hearing were published in the Reno Gazette Journal, again per NRS. Reservation of easement as allowed by state law have been included where needed, and staff finds that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment and requests your approval today. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Questions or comments? The applicant want to say anything? Welcome, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and City Manager, and City Attorney, and City Clerk. Good to see everybody. Happy New Year's. I'm always concerned about coming and addressing anybody in the same room when we talk about money laundering. It can be difficult times at that, but thank you for allowing me today to speak on this item. It's a very simple item. I can tell you that I don't have a lot to say about this. You know, I spent 16 years on the council looking at these, and 6 years on planning commission looking at these packages, and 6 years on the Citizens Advisory Board. And I can tell you that, you know, what a great council, you did a great job. You're doing it better than I could ever do at the city council, because this is the first document that I've seen that's perfect in every way, form, that real simple, clean. Staff has done a great job. Anything I can relate to, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Dare?
No, I was pointing at Donald.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any questions or comments, looking for a motion? Mr. Abbott?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It's a public hearing.
Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Take that back. Okay, this is a public hearing item, and I'll open up the public. Anybody in the public wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for action. Mr. Abbott?
Yeah, I move to approve the abandonment of a portion of public right-of-way abutting parcel 033-307-16 along Sixth Street and C Street located at 248 Sixth Street as requested by RPS Enterprises.
Okay, we have a motion, looking for a second. Mr. Dare?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to planning and zoning items. 11.1, consideration and discussion of possible approval of an amendment to the Stonebrook Final Design Standards and Regulations to move and reallocate the acreage designated for various residential, commercial, and business park land use categories and modify associated development standards for an approximately 610-acre site in the NUD Stonebrook. Ms. Melby, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Smith and City Council. I'm Karen Melby, Development Service Manager. Before you today is a request to amend the Stonebrook Final Design Standards and Regulation to move and reallocate acreage designated for various residential, commercial, and business park land use categories. Also to modify associated development standards within the handbook for an approximately 610-acre site, which is zoned new urban district for the Stonebrook. It's generally located, you can see here outlined in cyan. Here's Pyramid Highway. It's generally located in the southeast corner here of La Posada and Pyramid Highway. The final Stonebrook Design Standards and Regulation was approved by City Council in the year 2006. There have been 2 phases of the single-family housing approved on the eastern portion of Stonebrook for approximately 1,076 single-family lots, which are all under construction. You can see some of the lots are lotted here. We've also had approval of the second phase down in this area. This request is to amend the final approved Stonebrook Design Standards and Regulation handbook, which is the proposed amendments include change the land uses in the land use handbook to match the approved comprehensive plan amendment land use designations. If you remember, a few months ago, you approved a comprehensive plan amendment for this property. Update the land use summary and density tables within the handbook. Remove the references to the Northern Spark Sphere of Influence, the NSSOI, as most people call it, which is no longer in effect with our adoption of the comprehensive plan in 2016. Update the phasing section of the handbook incorporating current development standards. Consolidate the 2 neighborhood parks into a community park in accordance with the current Parks and Recreations Development Department policy, and then also administrative changes throughout the handbook or the document. This is the, in the handbook right now, this is the land use map showing the land uses in the handbook. And what they're proposing, this is what, if I can do it, this is the approved comprehensive plan amendment map. You can see that they've shuffled the land uses along the western boundary here of the property along Pyramid Highway. What they're proposing in the handbook, this is the graphic that's in the handbook. This 4th map is the Stonebrook land use map and the design standards and regulations. This is the request that's before you today. The changes consolidate the 2 park sites. As you can see in this one, they had a 5-acre park here and a 5-acre park here. What they've done is consolidate that into a 17-acre park along La Posada. And then also, this plan also reflects the actual outlines of the subdivisions as they're being developed right now. The consolidation of the park is in conformance with the Parks Department policies. They're trying to get rid of the neighborhood parks and make them into more of a community park. And that's what the 17 acres would represent. The proposed amendment moves and reallocates the acreage designated for various residential, commercial, and business park land uses, mostly within the western portion of Stonebrook, in conformance with the recently approved comprehensive plan amendment. This handbook amendment does not change the number of approved residential units, which in the 2006 handbook, which is 2,135 units, nor does it change any of the densities. Addressing the 10 findings to make when reviewing a proposed modification to a final plan development handbook. Finding A, consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and Truckee Meadows regional plan. Approval of this amendment will bring, back to that one, will bring the land uses into conformance with the comprehensive plan amendment approved by Planning Commission and also the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission. The consolidation of the two neighborhood parks into a community park complies with the Parks Department master plan policy. This amendment supports goal MG1, goal MG2, policy MG1, goal H2, policy H2, and also policy CF1 because it provides for non-residential land uses, has a mix of land uses, and has 3 types of residential uses. The Stonebrook Plan Development was approved in 2006 and has been included in utilities and facilities planning for this region since that time. The Stonebrook property is located within the Impact Fee Service Area number 1. And as development occurs, impact fees will be collected for sanitary sewer, storm drain improvements, a 6th fire station, and regional trails, which all support policy CF1. Finding B, which is consistent with our surrounding land uses, the lands to the north and west are under Washoe County jurisdiction, with the intersection of La Posada and Pyramid Highway serving as a commercial node. To the south is the Tierra del Sol Plan Development and also Lazy 5 Regional Park, which is right here. The proposed amendments do not change the type of land uses within the plan development, which will not materially alter the relationship between the western and eastern portions of the Stonebrook, nor will it affect its surrounding properties. Finding C, which is a positive fiscal impact to the city. A fiscal impact analysis was not required with the amendment to the handbook, but was addressed when we reviewed the comprehensive plan amendment. The plan development will produce, based on that fiscal impact analysis submitted with the comprehensive plan amendment, will produce a positive fiscal impact over a 20-year period of approximately $1 million. Addressing finding D, which furthers the mutual interest of the residents and owners of the plan development. Stonebrook has single-family homes under construction on the eastern half of the plan development, but there are no residents living or businesses also located yet within Stonebrook. The proposed amendment relocates the land uses on the western portion of the property and are intended to facilitate development in a manner consistent with the original intent of the plan. Addressing finding E, not impair the reasonable reliance with the residents or owners on the plan, within the plan development. There are currently no residents or businesses within the Stonebrook plan development, so this amendment would not impair any residents or owners' reliance on the provisions of the handbook. Addressing finding F, not result in changes adversely affecting public interest. The proposed changes are intended to facilitate development of the multifamily, commercial, and business parks uses in the western portion of the Stonebrook plan development. The proposed changes are anticipated to have a limited impact on the future owners within the properties surrounding Stonebrook. Addressing finding G, consistent with the efficient development and preservation of the entire plan development. The proposed handbook amendment does not change the type of land uses or the density, nor does it increase the maximum number of residential units, or actually the maximum number of area of commercial and business park is pretty consistent with what was approved in the 2006 handbook. Finding H, not adversely affect the enjoyment of land abutting or across a street from the planned development. Stonebrook single-family residential lands use remains on the eastern portion of the planned development, while the multifamily residential, commercial, and business park remain adjacent to Pyramid Highway on the western side of the planned development. Those land use pattern and street network are generally the same, which was originally approved in 2006. Finding I does not grant solely to confer a private benefit. The amendment is a logical reorganization which is in the public interest, and thus the proposed amendment will not solely confer a private benefit to any person. Addressing the last finding, J, which is public notice. Notice was given per the Sparks Municipal Code and also Nevada revised statutes. 534 property owners' notices were mailed out, and public notice was published in the Reno Gazette-Journal on November 21st, 2018. Planning Commission and staff believe that the City Council can make all 10 of these findings, and therefore we recommend approval. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any comments, questions.
Questions or comments? Ms. Spivey?
Karen, on this handbook for the design standards, so would this be final?
Yes,
If
this
we
is an
approve this
amendment to a
today.
final handbook, so it's a final approval of a final handbook, yes.
Final handbook, so we wouldn't see other changes in, you know, commercial or employment center or other adjustments. This is what they're asking for.
That's
Is
correct.
the final handbook.
If they wanted to make other corrections, you would have to come back before you for amendment to the handbook again.
Okay. I do like the park, which is consistent with what we're trying to do with making larger parks instead of small parks. I think benefits community and is right in line with what the city is doing. The rest of the changes I'm good with. I would hope that the employment center and commercial are not further reduced, because I think fiscal impact of residential is obviously harder on the city, the residential side of it, and the revenue generated through those other two uses, I think is critical and part of this Stonebrook plan that I would like to see maintained. So I'm good with that. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Mr. Abbott?
So 17 acres on the park, what is the size of like Powraw, just for comparison? Do we know, like Powraw Park to?
I'd like to
our-
defer that to
Sorry.
Tracy. I'm not exactly
Yeah.
sure.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor Smith and council members. My name's Tracy Dominguez, Parks and Recreation Director. It's approximately the same size as Powraw Park. Powraw Park is our only true community-sized park with the amenities that include parking, bathrooms, some courts, and large open grass area for play. So our move is to go from 3 neighborhood parks, which are smaller, to 1 community-sized park that has these amenities.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Just as a quick comment, in order for them to change this and to make it a community park, we had numerous meetings with the park department and the applicant. So the Parks Department is well aware that we were changing this into a community park.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open up to the public. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for action. Looking for a motion, Ms. Spivey.
Ready to make a motion? I move to amend the Stonebrook Final Design Standards and Regulations to move and reallocate the acreage designated for various residential, commercial, and business park land use categories and modify associated development standards for an approximately 610-acre site in the NUD, New Urban District Stonebrook zoning district, generally located south of La Posada Drive and east of Pyramid Way in Sparks, Nevada, based on the information and findings set forth in the staff report.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Dare.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Come on, Ed.
Mine went to Jamaica again.
Okay,
Yes.
yes, okay. Passes unanimously. Thanks, Karen. Good report. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to 9.1, which is consideration, discussion, and possible approval of changes to the city council's board and commissions appointments from the following pool of candidates, which is the entire city council. So, Mr. Driscoll, the
Thank you,
floor
Mr.
is
Mayor.
yours.
Members of the council, Steve Driscoll, a Froggy City Manager for your records.
And brand new grandpa, by the way.
Yes, thank you very much. Which has nothing to do with the throat.
I know.
So every 2 years after the election cycle, this body goes through and looks at the boards and commissions and the assignments and the volunteerism that's done in order to, for this elected body to fill the various positions that they're obligated through interlocal agreements and other regional management programs that you're involved in, not only what you do here, but for the entire area. So what we have is a fairly long list of boards and commissions for which we have primary members. Sometimes there may be more than one primary member, and alternates. And each of those boards and commissions have their own bylaws underneath different agreements. They have terms of office, and they have the commitments that you as individuals are involved in. So after each election cycle, we are required by several of those boards and commissions to now reappoint. And that means that it can be the same person, or in some instances, it needs to be someone else. So what you're gonna have in front of you is your clerk and the assistant and the city manager have a matrix that they're gonna put up on the board that's gonna show the current assignments that you have agreed to amongst your body for the boards and commissions. The process that we use is we start with the mayor's office, and then we go through the wards and ward number, and we ask you whether or not you would like to remain on the committees that you're currently on. If you do, then it typically stays with you unless there's some conversation with the council. Otherwise, if you do not want to be on that, it moves to a parking lot. We go through the entire list to create one parking lot. Then we go to the parking lot, and line by line, committee by committee, you will talk amongst yourselves as to who would like to have it or who maybe you want to assign it to, whatever the case may be. At the end, we're looking to have a single motion, a single vote on all of the action that you're taking. So we're not looking to stop in the middle on any one particular item and do anything more than debate and end up with a name assigned to that particular meeting. Up on the board, we will try to do our best to keep up with you. This is really an internal discussion with yourself. I'll come back on the dais and help if necessary to have that conversation go smoothly. But at this point in time, unless there's questions, I'll turn it over to Teresa and Cindy to help us with the process.
Thank you, Steve. And these two people do all the work on this. They spend the hours putting it together for us and make it simple for us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Cindy. Good afternoon, Teresa.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
So Mayor, you're first? You're up first.
Oh, I'm first. Okay, I'd just like to chime in just a tad here that what I'm going to ask is that if you give up committees, that's great. If I know one of the reasons we're here is to make sure our new council member gets some committees. But if you want to pick up a committee, I would ask that you consider dropping a committee that, and I can't make you do that. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying consider dropping a committee that somebody else may want to pick up. So first of all, I'm on the Tourism and Marketing Committee. I want to put that into the parking lot. And up until this morning, that was the only one I had. But everybody knows I'm fighting a medical battle here. So I'm going to give up the Truckee Meadows Water Authority and the Western Regional Water Commission. 2 water committees, very important committees. I've enjoyed being on there. I don't really want to get off, but I think I should for now. And everything else I'm good with. And one other thing, please don't just give up alternate positions on these committees. Okay?
Mayor? Councilman Abbott?
Okay. Can I give, or put in the parking lot debt management commission? And then can I put, is it okay if I put one that I'm willing to take back? Can we do sewer appeals as well? Just to throw that out there. And I'm good for now. Thank you.
And Lawson?
I don't really, I'm good with all mine.
Councilman Bybee?
I'm gonna go and put Animal Services Advisory Committee in the parking lot, and then, we can include our alternate spots, so too, correct?
Sure, I'm just
Yeah,
saying, don't,
yeah.
just try not to give them all alternate.
Right, let me do the Animal Services for right now, and the, Truckee River Flood Management alternate,
What was the first one?
Animal Services Advisory, the very first one.
Oh, okay, got that one, Animal
And
Services.
then the,
Advisory.
and the Truckee River Flood Management Authority alternate.
Okay, I have a few. So the Capital Funding Committee, which is tied together with the Oversight Committee for School Facilities. I'll put that in the parking lot for now. If it's not picked up, it is something I'm willing to go back to, but I think time-wise, and it might be nice to open that door. And then I serve on quite a few alternates, and I am very open to put all of them but RTC into the parking lot, and we can revisit the idea of that. RTC alternate, I would like to keep that.
Then we're moving Debt Management, Oversight Committee for School Facilities, is that right? Wait,
Yes. Debt Management, Capital Funding Committee, I'll go through Oversight Committee for Schools, Reno Sparks Joint Sewer, Redevelopment Agency Chair, Vice Chair. I'll put that in the parking lot as well. Regional Planning Government Board alternate, and Western Nevada Development District alternate. All those parking lot.
Planning Governing Board alternate?
Yes.
RTC, alternate one?
I want to keep that. And then the WNDD. I'm not saying I can't take any of these alternates back, but it seemed
Sound
like,
good?
seemed like I was a magnet to them for a while.
So Redevelopment Agency Vice Chair, did we
The
take
alternate
that
to
to
the
the
alternate.
parking lot or leave that?
Which one? That one, go and put in the parking lot.
The Redevelopment Agency
that's
Vice
fine.
Chair, okay, thank you. So is everybody good and we're ready to reassign then?
I have one, I guess just under mine, it says alternate for, flood project, and I'm actually not I think Charlene's our alternate, I'm actually,
Thank you.
sorry, just my minute.
That was recent too.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're the member, you're the member.
Full-time
Yeah.
appointment.
Oh, yeah. You were the alternate. You became full-time and
Uh-huh.
became the alternate.
Yeah, I just wanted to clean that up.
Charlene.
Got it. All those are all yours.
I'll be the alternate to your alternate.
Okay, so how do we want to do this now? Start with Paul and, or start with Ward 1, or what
So,
do we want
Mr.
to?
Mayor, what we normally do at this point is that we start with just the parking lot.
Okay.
We start with the first line item and we just work our way down.
Okay.
And we end wherever we end.
Okay, so we want to go to Sparks Tourism Marketing Committee.
Don't forget our seniors
The
first.
first one. Sparks Senior
Oh, I didn't,
Citizens
it was
Advisory.
typed in, that's why.
Up there, yeah.
Sparks Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, one council member needed to participate ex officio for the purpose of being a liaison with the other elected officials of the city. Okay, that is Mr. Abbott, did you want that
I
one?
was
We're
gonna,
looking
s-
at- we're all
yeah,
looking at
I was
it.
going to
Figured you
suggest
did.
myself, but.
Okay.
I suggest you.
I'll
I do
take it.
too.
I'm gonna second that.
Hey,
I'll take that one.
you got us that committee, so I would
All
love to have
right.
you.
And I think you had something to do with starting that committee.
My pleasure.
This is
His
another one.
project.
This is a different one.
That's
This is the one.
that I
That's what
created.
you were. Oh,
Oh, he's on the
Washoe
other one, too.
County's one I'm already on. That's the new
Oh,
one
okay.
we got.
So, and Mr. Driscoll, we don't need to vote on each one unless there's two people who want that committee. Is that true?
No, I think at this point, it's a matter of if you can come to consensus, that would be the best thing you can do.
If they can
And
do it
then
on the
the only
dais.
voting you action you would take would be at the very end in total.
Okay,
So
okay. Now can I move on to Sparks Tourism and Marketing Committee? I've been on the committee for, well, 12 years. And there's a lot going on there. They're responsible for funding of special events. We spearheaded the branding efforts here in Sparks, the rebranding efforts. So it's an important committee. Paul, or not Paul, Ed is the chairman of that committee. Who would like to pick that up?
I would be interested.
Okay, anybody else? That's it?
All you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Tumwater, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. I've been on that board also been on it twice, once for a couple of years and then for the last 3 or 4 years. So who would be interested in picking up Tumwa?
Is this the alternate?
No, this is not the alternate. This is I'm not the alternate on that. Mr. Anderson,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like the opportunity to serve on that one.
okay, anybody else? That's a good committee.
Who is the alternate on that?
We don't have one. We don't have an alternate for Tumwa.
We need
Or
one, though.
do we?
No, I'm the alternate for that.
You are, yeah.
Who's-
Truckee Meadows Water Authority.
Who's that guy?
It says Christopher, but you're the regular member now.
Yeah, I'm the regular
You're the
member.
regular member.
I'm
and-
still an alternate.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you probably gone.
So you don't need another alternate.
No,
Are you keeping your alternate, Ed?
too many alternates
So we're good here.
spoil the
I'm just
kitchen.
gonna get rid of that.
Okay, next one is Western Regional Water Commission. I served on that one for many years as well. So for me, I think it goes well with Tumwa, but anybody else want that?
you missed one.
Should stay
Excuse me,
together.
Mayor?
Hold on.
Hmm?
This Western Regional Water Commission is appointed by Tumwa for you.
They
So
can
I think
replace
Tumwa
me.
is gonna have to appoint,
I think they can replace me, Teresa, and then they have to verify it to replace me.
okay.
I think that's how that works. Because they do that every 2 years.
We have one that was appointed by Tumwa, one that was appointed by Tumworth, and then one that was appointed by Sparks, which is Mr. Deere,
And I was appointed by
Tumwa,
Tumwa.
right? So I
Okay,
think
so-
they're the ones that are gonna have to appoint.
So
Mr.
he's on the Tumwa board now, and we'll put in a request for them to approve that. It shouldn't be a big deal.
We gotta keep the same, don't they keep the same representatives as far as cities?
Well, they serve on, a lot of members serve on both boards, but it
Right.
keeps uniformity on what's going on out there.
Tumwa does the appointment.
Yeah, we just have to notify them, and they can do that right away. Matter of fact, I'm sure they're gonna be surprised when they find out that I've given up the boards. Okay, Mr. Abbott.
Yeah.
You gave up Debt Management Commission and sewer appeals. Who doesn't want to be on sewer appeals? I don't understand
I like sewer appeals. I was just trying to.
it. Okay. Debt Management
Well, you take sewer back.
Commission, anybody interested in Debt Management Commission?
I think Paul should take debt management. I just remember sitting in that seat and everyone said that about me, so I just had to ask.
I'm willing to take both of them back if no one wants them.
Do you have any other ones you want, Paul?
Actually, the only other one is just the Flood Management Authority. I mean, since such a large portion of Ward 3 is in the flood zone. So that's actually, that would be the alternate position under where Charlene is currently.
That's not bad either. We only meet, I think it's like bi-monthly or quarterly. It's not
I don't know.
So-
Mr. Mayor,
so where are we at?
on
Go
that
ahead.
one particularly. On debt management, one of the things that while they don't meet a lot and they haven't been doing a lot of action since the recession, that is a position that our representative gets to see what the other entities and the quasi-governmental agencies are doing. And so it keeps us with someone with their finger on the pace. Yes, finance pays attention to that and goes forward, but it is quite educational on how debt financing works, how the rules in the state work, what control mechanisms are there. So for a training opportunity, it's good for someone who hasn't been through it before. Not trying to sell it, but just trying to emphasize what it does.
With that being said, if it's okay with you, Mr. Abbott? Okay.
It's super
Debt
fun.
management?
Debt management, yeah.
Would that be said?
Thanks, Steve.
Definitely don't want.
He did a better sales job than you.
Yeah.
And Mr. Abbott, you want to keep sewer appeals?
Yeah, I'll take it back.
That's exciting.
Yeah, he's a free agent, just trying to get a
That's right.
renegotiation deal.
That's right. Okay, we'll move on to,
Zero.
Mr. Lawson. You've put on the board Animal Services Advisory.
No, that wasn't me.
That was Charlene. Oh, Ed didn't put anything.
Oh, that's right, Ed was zero, so we switched up here. Okay, Charlene.
I have a pretty small list already.
I have Animal Services Advisory, and I
Actually,
had a conversation with Mr. Anderson.
yeah, with my experience with the Department of Ag, we do a lot in regard to animals, and I think that would be a good match. So if I could go ahead and take your spot there.
That'd be awesome, and it only meets quarterly.
Okay.
Look at that workload.
Okay, Turf Month. Tell them what that is.
That's the Truckee River.
Oh, I know what it is, but I mean, that's the alternate.
Yeah, if I could go ahead and take that alternate
Wanna
spot.
give
Yeah.
that up?
Yeah, that would be fine.
That's a great committee.
We'll get a couple water things. I haven't done any water.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to, let's try Christopher Dare. Mr. Dare, capital funding.
That's one that I'm willing to share. I think somebody else could step in that if they wanted to. If someone didn't, it is an important thing. It's helps oversee all the building of the schools and the portion. Charlene's in that. I definitely think it's always a lively conversation. But it is with me serving on a lot of the other ones. If Paul was interested in jumping in or somebody, I'm open to stepping back.
And how often do they meet?
They meet, I'd say it's
Sporadically.
sporadic, but at least every 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
2 to 3 months.
At least twice a year.
At least, probably 3
to
times a
4.
year would be.
3 to 4 times a year.
And of course,
And then
they're,
the oversight, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
the oversight committee, how often?
It's all at the same
It's all
time.
one
Both of
meeting?
those are together because they meet simultaneously.
Okay.
And we do have a lot of schools coming up, they're building, with what's going on with Wild Creek, it's a very important conversation, and it's pretty crucial.
You don't want me
Capital
on that
funding
board.
and oversight
Well,
committee, they're all.
it's crucial that we're there, keeping an eye on it all, pay attention to all.
Just the Oversight Committee was formed first from bond money years ago. The Capital Funding Protection Committee was a result of WC1. So the Capital Funding, or the Oversight Committee actually oversees bond money that has been generated and is used for school improvements, mostly maintenance and repairs on schools. The capital funding is the WC1 money, which primarily is being used for the construction of new schools, but they took the same members or representation from the Oversight Committee and merged it into, it's all one committee, but we kind of have two different, it all has to do with school maintenance, repair, and building new schools. So it's all lumped together as one, but that's kind of the history of it. And it's been meeting, average about quarterly, every couple months. Not on a set schedule.
Everyone okay if I take that?
It's better you than me.
Okay.
And that's the
So that'll
capital
be the-
funding oversight
I got
committee.
a phone call, they didn't
Yeah,
want me to be
Capital
on that.
Funding Protection Committee, and then the Oversight Committee for School Facilities.
Could be there. Talk
Yes,
about
it's both
Wild
of those.
Creek.
It'd be the two together.
Yeah, so it's really
Okay.
one committee.
Okay, so then we'll move on to Reno Sparks Joint Sewer Coordinating Committee, the alternate. Sounds like it right up your alley, Donald.
You're the man? I'm the man, main man.
You want that?
No, I'm already on it, sorry.
Oh, that's right, you can't be both, can you?
Actually, if it's okay, would you mind if I join that one?
Go for it.
You're good? You're good? Okay.
Every one of those you can take.
I've never missed a meeting, so that's why I didn't.
Yeah. I mean, you may not want to take all of every one of them, but I'm happy to take things back.
Well, I'm starting to put the brakes on here.
As it says.
Reno Sparks Joint Sewer Coordinating Committee alternate, correct? Okay.
Okay, then he's got Regional Planning Governing Board alternate. I would like to take that. I'd actually like to be the regular, but I'll satisfy, I would be okay with alternate for now if nobody else wants it.
I'll package it for you, brother.
Thank you, my man. Okay. And I don't think I skipped any on his so far, have I?
Redevelopment Agency,
Debt Management Commission, alternate?
Debt Management Alternate.
Oh, okay, I didn't put that on. Debt Management alternate.
I could take it, since I used to be on it.
Okay.
So we'll swap
If you
spots.
can't make it, I can. It's really fun. I liked it. Learned a lot.
Okay, then we've got Regional Transportation Commission, RTC, alternate.
I'm keeping that.
Oh, I had you down. You're not giving that?
I don't want to give that.
Okay.
We only have the two left. We have Western Nevada Development District alternate, and then the Redevelopment Agency Vice Chair.
Okay, Western Nevada Development Agency, District alternate.
Who was the alternate before?
I'll do that.
I was
Vice
the
chair.
alternate.
Who was vice chair? You were.
Oh, no, vice chair I was. Both these were me.
You want the
I
Western?
would, yeah, I'd pick up Western Nevada Development
WNND.
District. WNDD and DD alternate, I'd take that. Unless somebody else wanted to.
I think you're good. And was there one more, Teresa?
Vice.
Just the Redevelopment Agency Vice Chair.
And I'd be willing to take that since it's kind of in my ward and all, but,
Yeah, one.
yeah,
Okay, and then you'll be on there with Charlene, right?
maybe the vice, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So what do you have left, Mr. Dale?
Yeah, he has like two
I'm on
boards.
vacation. No, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we get another, yeah, Christopher, is that 5?
He's an alternate on 2 of them.
Yeah, he's been skating by now for the last 4 years, 2 years.
Yeah, that trade deadline, that's,
So this would be the final, what's up on the screen?
Well, we'll
And
vote
this
on
is
it.
what you would, yes.
But
vote and approve.
I've got to say that if you have seen the City of Reno or the County Commission, how they do their boards, you could be on it one day and with no notice, you're off the next day. So this is very civil. I think we've spread out the committees. Some of them are very good. And then we have the alternates in there, but I'm very happy with this. Are there any questions or comments?
I think they grouped well again. That's
Yeah,
what we tried to do last time. I think that grouping works well.
very nice.
And I'd like to say part of it is with some of the National League of Cities and other stuff, there's some boards and stuff that are growing and represent our city on, so some of them aren't listed here. And so a big part of it is I'm just trying to make sure I have the capacity to do well the things we say we're doing, so.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it. Hey.
So you're changing your attitude. You haven't
With
done
the
anything wrong.
civility part.
Thanks
So
for your support, Ed.
are we looking for a motion now
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
approve the boards and? Okay, Paul Anderson?
I move to approve the city council appointments to the city boards and commissions.
Looking for a second, Mr. Abbott?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously, and then if you'll get those out to the council, I know you will, as soon as you can. Okay?
Thank you.
And
Good
these
job.
could become effective immediately, right?
Immediately for some have term dates that are ending the end of January, so we'll work
I
all
think
that
my
out,
Tumwa
and we'll
starts
send you
Wednesday,
Confirmation.
I think. Oh, you won't be here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll do the one on Wednesday, no problem. No deal. Mr. Driscoll?
Okay.
We got 9.2, is that what you need to do?
Well, you and I are gonna drive a little bit for the next couple, so I'm here to assist
Okay, 9.2.
wherever you want.
Let me read this off. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the reappointment and reorganization of four two-year term appointments to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee for the City of Sparks from the following pool of applicants listed in alphabetical order: Stephanie Farias, Eileen Gay, Melissa Malero Moose, and Sarah Tony.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Steve Driscoll for the record. These are folks that are already on this committee, and when we went through and we redid the resolution to stagger terms, because we kind of put the committee together, pointed at everybody, and then went, oops, they're all gonna go off at the same time. So we updated the resolution back in July to do staggered terms, and we're now doing what we're suggesting that the council do here is the people that are already there that want to continue on, just stagger their terms. And it's the dates and the staggers are what's in the staff report. So that's all you're really doing at this point is kind of cleaning up what you did with your resolution in July.
Okay, any questions or comments? So all of these members are being recommended for reappointment. So your motion should say something to that effect. Ms. Bybee.
I move to approve the recommended reappointments and reorganization of the Sparks Arts and Culture Advisory Committee.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Anderson,
Move to approve?
you gonna second it?
Oh, second, yeah,
Second.
sorry. She did.
I moved. You get to second me.
You knew?
Yeah, what's the matter with you? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Okay, 9.3. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the mayor's recommendation of appointment to the Washoe County School District Board of Health from the following pool of applicants listed in alphabetical order. And that would be one person, John Novak. Mr. Manager, anything? And I'm gonna, well, I can't make a motion. God darn.
You need to suggest that that's your appointment.
Yeah, my
and
appointment
they
is
need-
John Novak, and that's my suggestion. And also, he's the chair for the year. So that would be a good thing.
If he's
he
appointed
was
by this
appointed.
committee, yes,
Yeah.
he would be the chair.
Okay, Mr. Dare, or looking for a motion, Mr. Dare.
I like to say, I serve on the health board, and he's done a fantastic job. He actually goes on all of the trips, and they send him, and he's kicking butt, represent us well. So I am honored to make that motion for him to stay there representing us.
Okay, we have a motion. Looking for a second, Mr. Lawson?
Second, John does a great job.
He does. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. I know John's not here, is he? Okay. Okay, 9.4. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the mayor's recommendation of appointment to the Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee from the following pool of applicants listed in alphabetical order: Craig Knudsen, Robert Sandoval, and Kaylee Spinhern. And my recommendation is Craig Knudsen. In that case, looking for a motion. Mr. Lawson.
Move to approve the mayor's recommendation of Craig Knudsen.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Dare.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Okay. 9.5. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the mayor's recommendation of two appointments to the Western Nevada Development District, WNDD Committee from the following pool of applicants listed in alphabetical order: Scott Benton, Jason Evanchek, Andrew Legault, and Art Sperber. And the mayor's recommendation is Jason Evanchek and Art Sperber. Any questions or comments? Okay, looking for a motion. Mr. Lawson.
Move to approve the mayor's choices for the WNDD Board of Jason Evancheck, and Art Sperber.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Abbott?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Sometime today, Paul. There you go, passes unanimously. Thanks for being right on top of it.
Yeah, I'm here.
Still got the new on it.
You got the move. Okay. 9.6, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the mayor's recommendation of 2 appointments to the Sparks Planning Commission from the following list of applicants, listed in alphabetical order: Scott Carey, Jonathan Crawford, Donald Kennedy, Andrew Nago, John Novak, Shelley Reed, Kaylee Spinhern, and William Wagner. And the recommendations is for Mr. Scott Carey and Ms. Reed. Any questions or comments? Okay, looking for a motion. Mr. Lawson?
Move to approve the mayor's 2 choices for the Sparks Planning Commission.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Abbott?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And you thought we had a long agenda today.
Congratulations.
Passes unanimously.
Shelley's here.
Where's Shelley? Oh, right there. Right,
Shelley's
in the
right
audience.
here.
Of course. I saw you earlier. Sorry. Okay. Okay, 9.7, discussion and possible approval of the 2018-19 Nevada State Legislative Platform. Catherine?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Steve Driscoll, City Manager for record, and I have with me Kathy Cluett, who is the liaison for legislative work that we do between here and the state legislature. Since 2006, we've used a team approach and a legislative platform for both state and federal legislation. The purpose for the state platform was kind of twofold. One, things happen in a hurry, and you've got to be able to have your lobbyists, your manager, and yourselves kind of on board with what you agree with or disagree with before the session starts. And so this document's been edited and revised every legislative session since 2006. And the idea with what the document that you have in front of you, it basically has the planks for what this council has agreed to in the past. And the idea is to give us the roadmap so that we can move quickly and go forward. You also, for several sessions, have used a legislative team that consists of the mayor, one other council member, the city manager, the liaison, the government liaison, and your lobby team are your lobbyists that you hire on the outside, which is Carrera, Nevada, headed by Rocky Fenseth and his company. The intent of that group is to enact what you do here. So we meet, that legislative team meets starting very shortly, within a week or two, on a weekly basis to look at what the legislature is doing. Rocky Fenseth, you've hired as your state lobbyist, is particularly hired to be strategic in thought. And so he's looking at ways for us to be engaged or not to be engaged with the discussions that go on down at the legislature. So 2019 session will be no different. We have nothing that we're on the offense for this time. You have no bills of your own that are out, and there's no bills that we're aware of that we are actively looking to be engaged in yet. There'll be 1,200 bills. We'll get our turn. So what Mr. Fenseth does on behalf of the team is he helps direct that. Your staff looks at things as well. Bills typically come in 2 ways. One, they're policy-based, and those policy-based is kind of what we use a lot of this platform for. And then there's operational based, which falls under the control and the mechanisms that you've given me the authorities through the charter, as well as from our day-to-day operations to be very careful on when the state's trying to mandate changes in how we operate day to day. So what you have before you is pretty much the same as it's been in the past. We tweaked a few words here and there, but we didn't really change any of the planks. By approving this today, if that's what you do, this gives us the roadmap so that we can act and go quickly. But there's also some internal rules that are kind of unwritten rules that you've had for several sessions. And I just want to kind of go over them because by approving this and approving the use of your team, this is the engagement that you guys as a group have agreed to do. So first of all, the legislative team speaks for the council. And so what that means is that individual members will not hold an opposing position that's not the official city position. So either through the plank or through something that gets voted on during the session by this, that all of the members agreed to abide by the vote. This also means that individual members are not having conversations with our lobbyist. That if you have a question or a concern or you need some more information, you go through the manager's office because the contract that you've assigned to me to manage, and then I will get information or get you in direct contact with the proper people at Carrera. That way, Carrera is receiving direction from one point of contact, which the council, through the contract that you have with them, designates the manager's office as doing that. Number two is that individuals do not testify without the legislative team or Carrera Nevada's permission. So that means that you just can't go down and talk about it, whether you're talking for or against. Unless you're asked to testify, you don't testify. This also pertains to individual memberships on boards and commissions. So if you're on another board and they're asking you to go down and testify, you've agreed through this in the past to make sure we double check with Rocky before you go speak, because when you're down there, you're not just a member of that commission, you're also a member of the city, and that's your number one responsibility as a member of the city, and that's how they see you. So we're just really careful not to send mixed messages. And so just by having Rocky take a look at it, that way we don't run into conflicts of interest with this body versus another body. Also, this includes personal conversations. So you're at a fundraiser, cocktail party on the street in the grocery store, that again, you as a member are taking the city's official position and never discussing an alternative that maybe was yours, but you got outvoted. Also, if for some reason you as an individual have a reason to be in the building in Carson City, you have an obligation, you're agreeing to have an obligation to contact us, the manager's office, Kathy specifically, to let us know when you're going, what you're doing there, and then we, again, will coordinate with Rocky as to whether that's a good day for one of us to be in the building or not, kind of regardless of what we're doing, because again, the responsibility is to this body first. And then lastly, I kind of mentioned it before, that Carrera is hired by you to be a strategic lobbyist. There was a time when we would go down with this platform, and I specifically, as your lobbyist at the time, we would go argue for and against every single thing that was on this platform and go forward. When and if this is approved, we give a copy to every one of the 63 members down there so that they have it. Whether they read it or not, we can't control that. But we do give it to them and we discuss it with them on an ongoing basis. So we use this as our background for everything that we support or don't support. So we typically at this point, and especially this session, we'll be playing defense. We will do the things that we'll pile on if it helps us, and we'll try to strategically move things around for things that don't help us. So as part of that, we will engage you as the elected officials two ways. Every week, your team, which would be the mayor and one other member, will be part of a teleconference that we do weekly with Carrera and your staff to figure out kind of what's happened, what's coming up, what do we need to do, and what help we possibly need. At that point in time, if there's a need for testimony, then Rocky, as your representative, determines kind of who would be the best person depending on the committee, depending on relationships that you have, and depending on the topic. And then also, we just kind of keep it in mind that we're reacting to things. The reason this team methodology and this platform became so important back in 2006 and it's stayed forward is there are times that we have hours to answer questions on your behalf as an elected body. And by having these rules in place up front, it makes it very easy for the team that's on the ground to be able to get your official position out in front of someone, typically behind a closed door in a very private conversation before it ever works its way to the floor or to testimony. So with that, just reminding you kind of your rules. And going forward, we're looking for your support and your consideration on the platform as presented.
Mr. Lawson?
I want to tell you that the people we've met with so far on the legislative committee are all impressed that we actually have a platform for the city of Sparks, because not a lot of people do. So I think we may get we may get our document read by those people because there's so few of them. So it helps everybody and it helps us. And I think one time, a couple of years ago, we had to make a call on the spot, but for the most part, there's nothing that's that earth-shattering that if it's in the gray area, it'll come back to the council for decision.
Okay. Catherine, you have anything to say?
No, thank you. I'll
Okay.
be down there.
What's that?
I'll be down there guarding the
I
city.
know you will, every day. Okay, we're on 9.7. So looking for a motion to accept our platform. Mr. Dare.
Make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the state legislative platform and policies for the 2019 state legislative session.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Abbott.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, 9.8. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of the city's membership in the National League of Cities for calendar year 2019 with a dues payment not to exceed $8,050.48. Mr. Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Steve Driscoll, city manager for the record. During the budget process, you consider and approve recommendations from the council on expenditures for a lot of different things, including membership to national and local committees. One of the things that you suggested through your policies is that we include membership for the National League, but you also have in your rules that while we put it in the budget, that when it's time for payment, that it's brought before you for a definitive approval or not approval to spend this money. So this is time and place for the council to decide whether or not they want to continue their membership in the National League.
Okay, questions or comments?
Christopher get elected to a position?
Yes.
Actually, Ms. Bybee and Mr. Dare are both on committees, and so they can only continue that committee membership if they're members of the organization.
Let's think about this. Huh?
Pass the hat.
Yeah.
Do you have $8,000?
Okay, questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, looking for a motion. Ms. Bybee.
I move to approve the payment of annual dues to the National League of Cities for the calendar year 2019 in an amount not to exceed $8,050.48.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Mr. Dare?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. And they're in a pretty good position these guys have agreed to take on at the National League of Cities, so we're proud of them. 9.10, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of a contract, AC-5542, for the 2019.
You skipped over 9.9.
Yes, I did. Let's go back one to 9.9. I heard somebody chuckle. Why did you say, hey?
No, it's money.
I was hoping you're gonna miss her.
I know. Okay, 9.9, consideration,
Donna couldn't
discussion.
get to meetings without her.
This is my one meeting.
This is it, and what I do, I skip right over you. I apologize. Consideration, discussion, and possible acceptance of a grant, AC, am I on the same one? Am I on the right one? Yeah, 5543, from the Nell J. Redfield Foundation, the amount of $15,350 to the Sparks Park and Recreation Department to support the Leisure Without Limits program for calendar year 2019. And they do this all the time, don't they?
Yes, they do.
This is great. Go ahead.
They
Shauna.
do. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Shauna Nelson. I'm a Recreation Manager. And this is something they've been doing, yes, I think it's right around 10 years now that we have received funding from Nell J. Redfield in support of our Leisure Without Limits program. So for anybody who doesn't know, that's the program we do for people with disabilities. We do a few annual events, and they're really well attended, and we're just very, very fortunate that we're able to continue to apply and receive funding from these guys each year. So that said, I'd just like to ask that we accept the funding for the 2019 year for $15,350.
Okay, questions, comments? Mr. Lawson?
Ready to make a motion?
Okay, sir, go right ahead.
Move to accept the grant from Neil J. Redfield Foundation in the amount of $15,350 to continue Leisure Without Limits programming for the calendar year 2019.
Okay, we have a motion. Looking for a second. Ms. Bybee.
I'll second that, and I would also like to express my appreciation to the foundation for their continued support of an amazing program that we're able to do because of them. So a big kudos and thank you to the Redfield group. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. I'll never skip over you again.
No, hey, no hard feelings. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Now you.
You squeaked by.
Okay, this has got to be Amber coming up here now. You didn't say anything either, did you?
We always take money. You're giving us money too?
Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of a contract, AC 5542, for the 2019 Preventative Maintenance Patch Project, bid number 1819-012, to Q&D Construction in the amount of $279,605. Amber, the floor is yours.
Mayor Smith, members of council, Amber Sosa, Transportation Manager. I'm presenting today a contract with Q&D Construction in the aforementioned amount of $279,605 for the 2019 Preventative Maintenance Patch Project. This project will permanently patch city streets that are specifically, these streets are the ones that are on schedule for the next preventative maintenance project. The patching work must be complete before any type of slurry seal application can be placed, and the work will be conducted through direction and inspection of community services staff. The project advertised on November 7th. It was bid on November 28th. We received 4 qualified bids and Q&D was low. The contract is attached, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, questions or comments for Amber? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Dare.
I move to approve the 2019 Preventative Maintenance Patch Project contract to Q&D Construction in the amount of $279,605.
Okay, we have a motion. Looking for a second. Mr. Lawson.
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Thanks, Amber.
Thank you.
Okay, number 911. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of an interlocal cooperative agreement, ICA, AC-5544, with the Regional Transportation Commission, RTC, of Washoe County for the Signal Timing 5 Phase 3 project, including reimbursement to the City of Sparks for up to $25,000 a year on board.
Mayor Smith, members of council, Amber Sosa, Transportation Manager. I'm presenting today the interlocal cooperative agreement with the Regional Transportation Commission, the RTC, for the Signal Timing 5 Phase 3 project. This interlocal cooperative agreement will allow the City of Sparks staff to assist the RTC in implementing new signal timing on a reimbursement basis. City of staff will assist with implementing the new signal timing into the City of Sparks central traffic system. This agreement allows the RTC to reimburse the City of Sparks up to $25,000 for staff time. The funding for this project is 95% reimbursable from NDOT, the Nevada Department of Transportation, and this is done utilizing CMAQ funds, Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Funds. Previous corridors that have been worked on through this partnership include the Pyramid Highway Corridor, the Rock Boulevard Corridor, along with numerous individual signals that have helped the overall system as a whole. Upcoming signal coordination includes McCarran in the area between Gregg and Bering, Prater between Galletti and Pyramid, and Sparks Boulevard and Vista Boulevard in the vicinity of the Southeast Connector. The interlocal cooperative agreement is attached to the staff report, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions or comments? Mr. Anderson?
I do have a question. How do you prioritize where you do this type of work?
A lot of times, the prioritization comes through meetings, not only with us, but with our partners, Reno and Washoe County. A lot of times, it's due to new development in the area. The Prater project is a perfect example with all the new construction completed there. It's time to make those signals work together. Rock Boulevard came about just so much growth in the area, so much traffic, complaints. It's a number of things working together as a region. You're welcome.
Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, looking, Ms. Bybee,
I'm ready to make a motion.
go ahead.
Do you have a comment first?
I'll make it. I can take an hour later, whatever's. I'm going for it. I'm shooting. Could you repeat the intersections? It was Prater.
Sure. The upcoming
Yeah.
is McCarran between the areas of Gregg and Bering. Prater between Galletti and down to Pyramid. And then the areas of Sparks Boulevard and Vista Boulevard near the Southeast Connector.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Looking for a motion, Ms. Bybee.
I move to approve the interlocal cooperative agreement with the Regional Transportation Commission for the Signal Timing 5 Phase 3 project.
Okay, we have a motion, looking for a second. Mr. Anderson?
Second the motion?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Thanks, Amber.
Thank you.
Okay, 9.12, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of an interlocal agreement, AC 5545, between the state of Nevada on behalf of the Department of Transportation, the city of Sparks, and the Sparks Police Department for the management and purchase of Tyler Technologies Brazos crash data system in the amount of $64,577. Chief, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Smith and members of council. We come before you today with a couple of paired items. 912 and 913 are both comparable or compatible agenda items. 912 is the interlocal agreement that will allow us to hopefully take action in 913. The Sparks Police Department has been working with the state of Nevada through the Office of Traffic Safety, Department of Transportation, in upgrading our equipment regarding the Brazos equipment, which is a sole propriety of Tyler Technologies. Tyler Technologies in Brazos was adopted by the state a number of years ago as the sole place where we would enter our collision accident, or now what's referred to as crash data, so that the state can do all their federal funded reports, get their federal funding, which we receive some through like joining forces grants and those types of things. So in this, our equipment has aged and started to break, and through partnerships with the Office of Traffic Safety, work with Sergeant Rowe in our grants office, we were able to get the state to pay for 95% of the cost of the replacement equipment that we'll be needing. So we will be asking eventually to expend approximately $64,500 and something, of which 95% of that will be reimbursed by the state, reducing our cost to about $3,200 to $3,300. So, but to do that first, we have to be a part of the interlocal agreement. We were one of the listed agencies when the state developed their sole source propriety with Tyler Technologies as one of those that would be using their system. So with that, just asking that we accept the interlocal agreement, and then I'll come before you here in a minute and ask to spend some money.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, looking for a motion. Mr. Abbott.
I move to approve the interlocal agreement AC 5545, excuse me, between the state of Nevada on behalf of the Department of Transportation, the city of Sparks, the Sparks Police Department for the management and purchase of Tyler Technologies Brazos crash data systems in the amount of $64,577.
Okay, we have a motion, looking for a second. Mr. Dare.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Okay, you're up on 9.13, consideration, discussion, and possible approval to purchase Brazos crash data system from Tyler Technologies in the amount of $64,577.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Again, Brian Allen, Chief of Police, for the record. This is the companion item to what you just passed in the interlocal agreement. Working through Dan Moran and the purchasing department of one man. We worked through the state, and this is on a joiner bid with Tyler Technologies for the purchase of $64,577 for Brazos crash data devices, printers, and associated accessories, of which we will be reimbursed 95%. So the total outlay to the city will be $3,229 once we are reimbursed by the state.
Okay, questions or comments? Mr. Lawson?
Ready for a motion?
Okay.
Move to approve the purchase of the Brazos crash data system from Tyler Technologies in the amount of $64,577.
Okay, we have a motion looking for a second. Ms. Bybee?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, 9.14. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to provide paramedic level emergency medical service on Engine 31, Fire Station 3, in accordance with the paramedic program implementation schedule adopted by the City Council on August 22nd, 2016. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor Smith and council members. For the record, I'm Chris Maples, Sparks Fire Chief. Before you today is agenda item 9.14, which seeks your approval to provide paramedic level EMS service at Station 3 in accordance with the terms and conditions of the department's paramedic program, which you approved on August 22nd, 2016. If approved today, Station 3 will be the fourth station in the city to provide paramedic level EMS care, along with Stations 2, 4, and 5. We currently have the personnel and equipment to provide this higher level of EMS care, and with your approval, we'll staff Station 3 starting this Friday, January 18th. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from Chief? Seeing none, looking for a motion? Mr. Dare.
I move to approve implementing paramedic level emergency medical service on Engine 31.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're looking for a second. Mr. Anderson.
Second the motion?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Thanks, Chief.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move down. I'm going to open up the public comment period. Anybody in the public wishing to speak at this time? Bill, come on down. Welcome, Bill.
Welcome. I really wasn't going to say anything today.
I think you say that every week.
I know, but I want to tell you, I first of all, I have two questions for you folks, and probably can't answer them anyway. The first one is the lights on near the school, Reed School. Do we know how many lights you're going to have to put in and what the price would be?
Well, we shouldn't answer this, but Amber mentioned it earlier in the day that we're still working on getting that final report.
Okay, good, all right. And then 9.8 on here. How come the thing costs $8,000?
For what?
9.8, 8,000 bucks.
Membership.
It's a
in
pretty
the
good
League of
deal,
Cities.
actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There I go talking to you again.
No, seriously, is it really that bad? Is it?
That's a good deal.
It is. Well, I mean, how many meetings do you have to go to?
Christopher and Charlene know all that
I'll
stuff.
talk to you afterwards about it.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else in the public wishing to speak at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I have one for you.
Mr. Driscoll.
I know this is a little unusual, but we actually had a request from an Anna Marie Grant. She electronically sent some information that she asked be entered into the record for this meeting. And so we have submitted that information. The clerk received it, and she will include that in the record as requested by Ms. Grant. Okay.
Okay, any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for comments. You've already given yours, right, Mr. Driscoll? Do you have another one?
I have more.
Let's do it.
I have an announcement for the council. The following committee appointments are available. Airport Noise Advisory Board, 2 members that must be residents. Persons interested in serving on this committee should complete a community service application available from the city clerk's office. You may also apply online at the website www.cityofsparks.us. click on Government on the webpage, then under Boards and Commissions, click Volunteering for a Sparks Board or Commission, and then fill out the online application and submit it. Applications will be accepted until the close of business on Friday, March 1st, 2019, or until enough applicants have applied to fill these vacancies. I do, Mr. Mayor, I do have one more thing, if it pleases you.
Go right ahead, sir.
Well, this is your city clerk's last meeting. She's tendered a resignation. She's got some other things that she's wants to do and kind of next chapter. And it's kind of mixed blessing. I appreciate the work that she's done over the last 14 years. She helped kind of start administrative services with me back a while ago when we were kind of growing before the recession, and took on a lot of duties that helped me get some things organized that we take for granted today. 7 years ago, she went to the clerk's office as the assistant and took that knowing that that clerk position would be open fairly soon. And a lot has changed in that during that period of time. And so we wish her well on her new journey, and we thank her for all the work that she's done and the time that she's dedicated to the city.
Thank you, Steve. You know, and the council has something for Teresa for her 14 years of service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to say a few words, Teresa?
Of course I do.
Okay.
And I'll keep it brief. I just really want to thank Mayor Ron Smith. It's been a pleasure, and former Mayor Gino and council members. It has definitely been my pleasure to serve you and serve the city of Sparks. You will be remembered fondly, and I will enjoy my retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. You will be missed. Thank you very much. Mr. Adams.
I just wanted to chime in here too, because the city clerk and council city talked on so many legal issues, so many documents that were just instrumental in helping our office provide good legal advice to the city council and the department heads. And Teresa, you and your staff, under your leadership, has just done a tremendous job. So thank you very much.
You know, and I'll throw in there that I can't tell how many times we've been at a function or something, and Teresa comes up and puts up her arms and says, back off, get out of here, can't talk to each other. So, and most of the time we weren't talking about anything, but we couldn't prove that to her, so she was just protecting us. Mr. Derrick.
I just want to say we mostly commit that we'll follow what you've asked us to do in the years to come.
And I still have your phone number if you were I would text them eyeballs if I knew they were somewhere where I wasn't.
That's
Just as
right,
a reminder
that's
of keeping on track. Always for your protection, you know that.
Absolutely. Ms. Bybee.
Teresa, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I appreciate your calm demeanor, especially when I was brand new and like a deer in the headlights that first meeting. Just the transition into this position and into this job, your calmness, your knowledge, your experience, as well as having some great experiences at National League of City conferences, and I just you're really going to be missed. But thank you for everything you've done.
Mr. Abbott.
Yeah, Teresa, you are hands down my favorite city clerk I've ever had. just throw that out there. So, thank you for all you've done.
Thank you all.
Okay, any other comments from the council? I do have one. Mr. Driscoll, would you please craft an item for the city council to consider and possibly direct the city manager to amend the Sparks Municipal Code pertaining to permitting temporary recreational vehicle shows in Sparks?
I'll be happy to work on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public? I mean, from the council? Seeing without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.